1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us. I did not wear a Christmas tie.
I was trying the best I could come up with.
I just tried to get myself to match. Remember a belt. That's all I'm trying to do. All right, I'm going to call the Kalamazoo County Committee of the Whole December 19th, 2023 to order. First on the agenda, a roll call.
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler is absent. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales is absent. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs. Here. Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. 7 present.
And I did hear from Commissioner Gisler. He has family, extended family in town from out of town. So he will be absent this evening. Next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Patrick Hansma of WMed, currently Deputy Medical Examiner for Kalamazoo County, and I'm here on behalf of the Medical Examiner's Office and specifically for Dr. Joyce DeYoung, who wants to express her apologies and sincere regret that she could not be here tonight. After all these years, she finally has COVID. So she's doing well, but timing could not be worse for everybody's final annual meeting on all of the counties that we serve. As you likely know, she has announced her resignation from WMed, having been recruited and accepted the dean position at Michigan State University College of Osteopathic Medicine. We're all very excited for her. That leaves me as the recommendation within our office to take her position as the next medical examiner serving Kalamazoo County, which I'm very excited about that prospect, being a native of West Michigan and very enthusiastic to serve all of you in that capacity. And so I just want to thank you for the invitation to be here and the time to hear me. So that's really all I had to say tonight, and I thank you for it.
Thank you. And thank you for your service and through WMU, Matt.
Thank you.
Any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Fry. I live at 12084 South 44th Street in Fulton, Michigan, in Kalamazoo County. Many of you, all of you know who I am, but I'm the chair of the Kalamazoo County Veterans Affairs Committee. I had some scheduling conflicts the last 2 meetings, but this is my first opportunity to be able to get in front of you since the November 7th election. And I just want to say thank you to this body for what you did back in April 18th, voting to place the veterans millage on the ballot. I don't know if we would have ever been able to successfully do a petition drive and get to the point where we were able to move forward with the ballot initiative. But this body unanimously voted to place the veterans millage on the ballot, which made it a whole lot easier for our ballot questionnaire committee to move forward with the campaign. From there, your unanimous support, it had a domino effect, I should say. We saw both the local Democratic Party and the local Republican Party support us. We had numerous supporters at the state and federal level as well. And at the end of the day, on November 7th, we all saw nearly 80% of the electorate vote in favor of the veterans millage. That also, I mean, you're talking about 87 precincts, all of them by wide margins for the most part, voting unanimously to place to move forward with the veterans millage. And I just wanted to get in front of you, everyone here, and just say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just letting you know that working with Meredith downstairs and Charday especially, I had no idea what I was getting myself into a year ago. And they helped explain all the paperwork to me, and they were very helpful. The deputy county administrator right here, Lindy Smith, very, very helpful, helping bridge that gap between myself and corporate counsel. Angelina was also extremely helpful during the entire process. So I just wanted to get here and say that you've surrounded yourself with a great group of individuals within the county administration and elsewhere to help us see something that Kalamazoo County's never done before, which is carry all 87 precincts. And I think that really shows what type of support that veterans have. It doesn't matter if you live in the city or in the suburbs or out in the boondocks out by me, right? There's a very large percentage of our community that does support veterans. And I look forward to working with all of you down the road to improve the lives of veterans and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Fry, I think I speak for the whole board when we thank you as well. Your leadership during that whole process was just extraordinary, and getting us the information that we had that we could make an effective decision to put that on the ballot. I think a lot of kudos has to go to you and your board as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other citizens wishing to address the board? Administrator, can you advise if we have any calls?
No calls or hands raised, Chair.
All right. Opioid settlement update. Lindy.
Good evening. I wanted to provide a quick update to you all regarding where we are with the opioid settlement funds. Tonight, we had initially planned on having our final report from Open MSU with our community needs assessment. They were not able to join us this evening. I have not received the report yet, but anticipate I will either by today or by tomorrow, which I'll at that point in time disseminate to you all. And of course, we'll put that on our website to get that out to the community. Instead, we have them scheduled to come January 16th. And so although that was not the initial plan, I do believe that this will work out. It'll give us time to review the report and come forward with any questions that we may have for them. At that point in time, we would also have had our first meeting with the ad hoc, the task force committee that y'all established. And so I think that we may just have a more fruitful conversation come January 16th. So although not what we intended, I think it'll work out. Another update I wanted to provide is just where we are to date with the funds that we've received. So we have received still $3,163,402.15. We have spent $213,746,000 or $213,746.35. Goodness, I hope y'all understood that. It is in the packet if you did not, on the approved internal request. We have also received the grant through MMRMA for that risk avoidance program for the sheriff's scanner equipment in the amount of $50,000. So that will be going back to the opioid settlement funds that we have received. Lastly, I do just want to bring up that we will be holding our first opioid settlement fund task force meeting tomorrow here in the board chambers from 12 to 1. This will be convening the identified parties from within internal services, as well as the Board of Commissioners that are wishing to participate. And part of that discussion, and even in the discussion a little bit this evening, I wanted to highlight that we will be looking at how to fill those community memberships. We've looked at going down the route of allowing for an application process, but to specifically look at receiving applications, having those applications come to the Board of Commissioners, and in lieu of doing interviews, of allowing y'all to review those applications in full, and then making decision of who you would like to appoint to those positions. So I would just like to garner any input from the board on the application that was in the packet that you may have. We do plan to also review this tomorrow during the task force meeting. I do want to point out that the application that you see in your packet is from our standard application that we have for advisory bodies, and also those traditional interview questions that the board asks with either the Board Appointments Committee or here when we do interviews. So if there are any changes that you would like, happy to receive that feedback. Like I said, we'll be talking about this tomorrow as well at the first task force meeting. The intent from there is to hopefully have a finalized document after tomorrow, which we will then work with our web developer to get that posted on our website. Most of the time when we have applications, those are posted for a full 30 days. And so that would be the intent as well, that whatever day that they get posted, that we will have that posted for a full 30 days.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Krebs?
Thank you, Chair. First, just feedback on the application. I think it will work well for our purposes and we'll be able to have dialogue and discussion. Just clarification. I'm personally comfortable with not interviewing, but just reviewing written documents. Will that be done by the full board or by board appointments? Or if you could clarify that, I guess I should have understood from communication received, but I'm still not clear.
No,
Thank you.
that's a great question. So I did talk with Corporation Counsel Barnes regarding, what would be the best process for us to take. And grant, and so I'll lean to her if I misspeak in any way, or if she feels that maybe some better clarification. But basically, the task force, since it's an ad hoc committee from the board itself, it operates slightly different than a traditional new advisory committee. So we would be able to, there is a reasonable basis to conclude that the requirement from your bylaws, that's Article 5, Section 5.6B, that for all initial appointments to the task force to be interviewed by the Board of Commissioners, acting as a committee of the whole does not apply to the task force. So we would be able to bypass those interviews, but it would be our recommendation that the review of those applications come to a committee of the whole discussion.
And Commissioner Krebs, there was discussion about this at our leadership meeting, and one of the constraints that I thought that was going to, to interview, if we had 3 different applicants or different sectors, it was going to take hours. So to do all that thing, so still have every commissioner still have their input. We could look at their resume, and it would be all commissioners that would look at that information and then recommendation, and we take an aggregate from there. If that makes sense. Vice Chair Hepler.
Also, the need to try to expedite this as quickly as possible to get this thing going is, I think, critical. And I think through leadership and our help from our administration, I think we're trying to lay out a plan that will get the job done quickly and efficiently, along with all of our help to make that happen. But I appreciate the input. Thank you. And I agree. I'm worried about the being expedient too. So that's why I wondered about board appointments, but I think there's much value to have everybody's input. So as long as we're not having to do interviews, we won't end up sort of rescheduling multiple times and we'll get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Well, thank you, Deputy Administrator Smith. I think you got guidelines and cool. Cool. Next on the agenda is review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Finance Director Ryan Post.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $3,796,475.72, which is presented for your review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $2,284,723.95. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,651,485.32 are presented for the December 8th general, December 12th special, and December 15th elected payrolls. And there were no conflicts of interest for this set of claims.
Questions, commissioners? Thank you very much. Move on to the monthly financial report.
Okay. So this was a fun report to both consolidate, put together, as well as to interpret that data for your review. This was the first month of the fiscal year that revenue exceeded expenditures. That's always a great notation. As we report this data through November, what that leaves us with are 2 payrolls, which are the largest portion of the county's expenditures. And then it's also worth notating the first payroll in January. A portion of that is also pertinent to 23. So we'll bring the appropriate amount prorated back into 23. We look at the revenues, it's very important to recognize there's payments yet that still have not hit the books that will receive those payments in 24. We'll recognize that. And this really could lead us up until the audit point. But we'll have a cutoff in finance in terms of when we say anything we recognize now has to stay in 24. When we look at those major revenues, your state grants, court equities, those we know are going to come in because we have contracts to substantiate those revenues. You know, kind of looking at a year-end projection when we factor in the payrolls, the expenditures, the revenues that are still pending. My projection at this point is $6 million. What we're going to see is revenue exceeds expenses. There's some factors to consider as well. In 22, when we closed the books, we recognized the market adjustment that significantly reduced the revenue. It doesn't appear we're going to see that again in 23, but you at least have to have that disclaimer to recognize that. We already covered the personnel cost. So I think when we factor all that in, we could see a range of 4 to 8 million. And I think it's safe to say 6 is probably where we would land based on the trends that we're seeing.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hep?
Thank you. I was going through all this. I appreciate that report and it looks pretty good. I had a couple questions. The one you kind of brought up, what is going to be the date of the cutoff, or don't you have that yet?
From past practices, usually we go out 60 days. So that would probably bring us to March 1, give or
March
take.
1.
We would recognize that. Of course, this is my first full year in return back to Kalamazoo. So the first thing we want to do is talk to the team, learn past practices. Raymond is the audit firm that we use in Kalamazoo here. So we'll kind of just make sure those relationships and deadlines are intact and then just continue with the mission.
Okay. The other question I had was on interest. It looked like we budgeted 30,000 and we're 547,000 some change. I guess that kind of, I'm wondering why there was such a big disparity between what we kind of thought and where we actually ended up. That's
Yep. So that Vice Chair Pro Tem, that is a case of the budgeting practice. So what we do in those situations are we look at past trends. So if we went back to 22 and we looked at the 23 that was budgeted based off of 22, that might paint part of that picture. I can assure you when we did 24's budget, I don't have that number off the top of my head. It's more in alignment with what we've recognized this year, maybe not to the full amount, the amount you just mentioned, but it's going to be much more than the 30K that was budgeted for 23.
Yeah, thank you. I kind of, that was one of the things that just kind of confused me a little bit, but, and it does help us as far as when we're doing our budget process, obviously. And obviously we can't guarantee that because interest rates are going to fluctuate now. Right now they're a little, if the right investments, maybe you're going to get a little higher. And if that tends to drop with the thing, then obviously it's going to be a little lower, but I thought that was quite a big gap. And I was kind of, I didn't remember that when we did the budget, to be honest. So I was kind of, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other commissioners? I've got a couple of quick questions. On the revenues by function, we'll just start with the first. On the central service cost recovery, we're at about 59.17%. I assume that should pretty much reflect what when we're collecting our millage rates, correct? That 10%, or is that just grant funding that hasn't been realized yet?
Correct. So that is grant funding, and I have within my emails from the finance team. A lot of those grants are from HCS. You have a few other grants outside of that, courts, prosecutors, just name a few. The 930 central service cost has not been recorded in some situations. as we were just finalizing those grants. So that's more of a process. We finalize the grants, we submit them, and then after that, we come back and post to the general ledger the indirect costs that we reported to the state and feds.
Okay. Non-departmental specific. I see we amended our budget from 12K to 594 and our actual is still only 5,400. What is the non-departmental specific?
Great question, Chair. That would be when the budgeting practice that we follow here in Kalamazoo County, when we recognize the need to increase the budget for fund balance or reserves, this department is, or activity, if you would, 193, non-departmental specific. That's where that's recorded. So in situations where we need to budget fund balance, that line item falls within this particular department, if you would. So that's what that is.
Fund 193 is basically a contingency fund that we
correct.
put in there
Mhm,
on
that's
top of the other contingency that we had.
So there's
We usually put a
rebates.
contingency into our budget somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to, or, I
So-
do recall a contingency somewhere in one of our budgets that wasn't that high.
That is correct. So the contingency, we treat that as an expenditure, and that falls within Department 195. So it's not included on the revenue piece. So what we do is we have a line item that is absolutely correct called contingencies. And it falls within the contingencies department, if you would, and that is 195. Whereas on the revenue side, we put that in Department 193, which is non-department specific.
So is it safe to assume both funds 195 and 193 are contingency?
That's fair. Yep, that's fair. You
Okay.
want to interpret that as kind of a holding tank, if you would,
Uh-huh.
for future use as determined by the Board of Commissioners. Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. The next question, the treasurer, with the interest and income at the 2.424 million. I asked the last question and it was, or the month ago, was that 2.4 million just associated with the interest that goes back into the general fund?
So kind of clear this up. So the property taxes that falls under the treasurer's office, we actually record that in Department 194, tax revenue. And the revenue associated with the treasurer's budget, yes, is the interest that we earn and the dividends that we recognize and the investments that we hold. That's correct.
So that 2.9 million, although is a fraction of the total dividends and interest that we've earned on our money, that 2.9 is just the association, just the dollars getting returned to the general fund as opposed to all the different other funds we invest for.
The way that this is presented, unless there's something that I'm not aware of, that is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, cool. And then judicial expenses and revenues, I've noticed they're gonna be short in the revenues by about $1.5 million. They'll be short on their expenses by about $1 million, so it leaves about a 500,000 or so deficit. Is that been factored into our 24 or budget, or there need to be adjustments made departmentally for some of the judicial folks?
So part of that revenue, it's worth notating, is a couple things. One, judicial standardization reimbursement from the state of Michigan. Usually they give you a fixed dollar amount for a portion of the judge's salary. From what I've seen, we've not collected the areas so far that are still pending. Also, there's court equity payments from the state as well that have not been recognized. So I think those dollar amounts that you mentioned for the 1 million in terms of the revenue, I think that might be closer to a zero balance of outstanding. But on the flip side, again, it's very important to notate that there's at least 2 payrolls in December, with that third pending of a partial January 24 we'll bring back into 2023.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So the revenue should catch up to the other side. Okay. And then the last question I had on this page is the transfers in on the revenue side, 101, 931. That I'm assuming is the transfer from the delinquent tax revolving fund based on the number of the 1515 that's still left to transfer. Is that usually something that's done on December, the end of the year, or? Because I mean, that's in two internal funds, correct? Or
I am
one would
pull-
be treasurer.
I am pulling that up in real time. Just give me a few seconds. I can tell you that. If there's nothing recorded as of today, or at least through the November report, that tells me immediately that's a year-end process. And I can touch on that on the flip side as it pertains to the expenditures in the general fund that are transfers out. But I'm pulling that up right now. Transfers in. Yep, so looks like there's nothing has been transferred year to date. 1.5 million of that is from the DTRF, from the treasurer's office. Looks like we've got a portion from 266, which is the law enforcement fund, and a small portion from the accommodation tax fund. That totals $2.1 million, give or take, that needs to be transferred in. But you also have to consider on the flip side, when there's certain funds that are considered major funds in Kalamazoo County. So for example, the front of the court and the child care fund, both of those funds receive significant transfers from the general fund. We want to wait till year end to do that. That way we don't transfer too much. We want to transfer exactly to the penny what they need.
And we also collect interest while we hold it as well.
Correct. So that's something theoretically we will not see towards the end of February, closer to that March date that I gave Vice Chair Pro Tem. Yep.
Okay.
Of a recognized year-end cutoff.
Okay, thank you very much
Yeah.
for these reports. I absolutely love them. I will say that this is good news. I was doing my rough calculations. My numbers based on this were about 7, but 6 to 8 or 4 to 8. I think that, yeah, that's about right, which means that there's a carryover number of about 7 million from next year, which is less than it was the year before. And I anticipate it'll be less next year than it was before as we start more honestly assessing our budgeting practices. So appreciate your hard work, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is any other items? Board Chair Advisory Board appointments. Oh, investment reports. I am so sorry. Tyler White.
There we go. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. Reporting on the county's investment portfolio as of October 31st, that was previously sent by administration. As of November 30th, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $167,724,319.16 and a market value of $166,465,331.16, which is a variance of just under 1.26 million. And I want to bring up that we had a market value variance from October that was just under 1.7 million, and November's was just under 1.26. So what that means is that the value of our portfolio's assets on the market increased by approximately $440,000 this past month, and it's likely going to increase again after the Federal Reserve met this past month. And they said that they're not looking to do any more rate increases, at least that they forecast right now. And they're looking to actually cut rates into next year, assuming that we hit the soft landing, avoided the recession. The market was very happy with that. And so we hope that that's reflected in December as well. With that, we still have a net decrease of our par value versus our market value, but it's less of a decrease. And like I said, it bodes well for the county should the market continue to pick up, especially as we go into year end. As for actual earnings for the month, the portfolio earned $635,251.20 during November on an average daily balance of $173,366,774.76 for an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.46%. This rate is inclusive of all realized gains and losses on maturities and sales of federal treasury notes. That's all through our partner managed accounts, same thing as October. And that same partner where those realized losses, gains had occurred, they've got a current yield of 5.53%, still really good returns. So we're not concerned in the Treasury's office. For the year, the portfolio has earned $6.647 million, including all of our realized gains, losses, amortization of premiums and discounts. And of this amount, $3,204,657.20 relates to the general fund. Over the past 11 months, we've outperformed our original budget investment income by just under $2.4 million, and we're still well positioned through the end of the year. A little bit about inflation, because I know we had an update last month. And so November's inflation number was 3.1%, down from 3.2%. Fed's target is still 2%. We're still decreasing. Fed doesn't want to jack rates up anymore and possibly cause adverse impacts in the market. And just like in October, our November earnings of 4.46% still outpaced inflation of 3.1%. So we're still experiencing net gains and an increase in our buying power. And I've got notes here. Commissioner Gissler asked last month about how inflation was calculated, what's included in CPI and not. If anybody wants that, please let me know. I'd be happy to break it down. Otherwise, I can keep that in my back pocket for when he's here next time.
Vice Chair Ray?
Absolutely. So how inflation is calculated is based on what's included in the Consumer Price Index. It has over 200 categories of expenses, and it's broken into 8 major groupings. So food and beverages, housing, apparel, transportation, medical care, recreation, education, and communication, and other goods and services. Commissioner Gissler asked last month if it included food, beverages, energy, and it does. And those particular categories, food and energy, their inflation numbers through November were 2.9% and negative 5.4%. So food year over year is still increased. Energy has decreased almost 5.5%. And that makes sense because about this time last year, we were gearing up into our first winter following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, global oil supply shock. And so that's not much of a surprise that it decreased in energy, but was still higher in food. As far as other categories, if anybody's interested, apparel year over year increased 1.2%, transportation 0.9%. Biggest ones are housing, 5.2%. And other goods and services of 5.6%. Other goods and services includes kind of a basket of a whole lot of things. Cigarettes and tobacco are up 7.7%. So if you smoke less or quit. Cosmetic items, personal care, razors, perfume, 4.3%. So it's a catch-all for a whole lot of other things. But fortunately for the county, we're not buying those.
We actually make money off. Any other questions from Commissioner Hep?
Thank you, Chair. Isn't transportation in there too? I did not hear that.
Yes, sir.
Is that, I know that might be a part now. Today, the stock market was up again, probably record high, 37 something, I think, and the Dow and both the S&P and the NASDAQ were up also. So that's good things for the investments, but as long as our interest rates stay up, we also do a little better on money in the bank.
Exactly. And so because of the public acts, we can't really get a whole lot of the gain there. We do have different gains on our pass-through securities and other things that are still public act compliant, but that is up. And we're hopeful that both the market being up, the interest rates being what they are, where last year we had quite a significant decrease at the end of the year in our revenue where we had to book the year-end market value adjustment. Right now, it's the 1.26 million. If we can get that below $1 million, I think everybody here would be really pleased with that because we're still continuing to get each month about anywhere from $500 to $650,000 in additional revenue. And to have that along with possibly any more market value increases, we can end the year on a really high note.
Commissioner Straps.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Treasurer, I just want to thank you. These are great reports. I'm so excited that we're getting them monthly. I really appreciate your detail and your conscientiousness as we have these discussions. For my additional education, I just want to ask a question on pooled funds. These, in the investment report, were coming to maturity. They represent a large portion of the investment portfolio at 39%. Are these short-term security matters that they are constantly rolling over? Help me understand better that large portion of the portfolio.
Sure. So the pooled funds are two of our largest investment earning groups. And so unlike the CDs where we typically have them separately stated, and that would be with our local banks and the like, these pooled funds are primarily those with Michigan class and GovMIC. Those are the ones that are earning the 5.5%. And those are partner managed ones where we have our partner experts who, as much as I wish I could say I were as good as them, I am not. They're the ones getting 5.5% for us. And those pooled funds are with them. So they're actively managed. The realized gains and losses come from that, as well as some longer term securities. So we like to keep things that way. But yes, it does represent a large pool, but it's diversified within that pool. So it's not any one piece. It's not necessarily all liquid. It's not necessarily all long term, but it's lumped in pooled because we don't have an easy way to split all of those investments across every single grouping. Or if we do, I'm uncertain how exactly to do it. And it hadn't been done that way prior to my tenure. So if it isn't broke, don't fix it. We'd like to keep it that way.
Commissioner Shrebs, I like to think of the pooled funds as just for our purposes, a bank account, basically. It's not, I mean, we can take it out. It's not a bank account because it's got all these diversified dollars and they're doing all this stuff with their money and there's all these different people doing it. But for our practical purposes, it's liquid. It's liquid. So I will say, first off, thank you. And before I get too far down, the par versus the market value, I hope this board understands that those factors are only based on liquidity and it doesn't really, I mean, I am not going to take any onerous and if our par to market values are different because it's going to say, oh, we're going to have to take 1.2 million or $1 million off of our earnings this year. But when they start dropping interest, we didn't lose $1 million. It's just a reflection of the interest rates. Next year, when they start dropping interest rates, it's going to say we gained $2 or $3 extra million that we did not gain. So it's just an inverse reflection of our interest rates and it's not going to affect it. I will say this, last year we earned throughout the whole course of the year about $1.2 million in interest. This year we earned right as of now, $6.647 million of interest. That is a huge success story for the citizens of taxpayers of Kalamazoo County. It's just a tremendous reflection on you, Tyler, on Thomas and his office and what he's been able to do in this last year, specifically with the help that he's had. I'm extremely grateful, and we've got an ability that we're now budgeting into next year, increases in our interest and revenues that we can do more things for different departments. So I think this is a true success story. Inflation at 3.1 and we're earning 4.46. I mean, that's awesome. So great work. Any other commissioners? Nope. You're off the hook.
Chair, you have to turn on your mic. I just noticed it wasn't on.
Oh, I probably turned it off when I was talking. Do you want to handle this, Administrator? Or?
Yes, Chair, I can just kind of explain what this is about. So as you know, in anticipation of the organizational meeting, the chair usually makes various advisory body appointments and appoints Board of Commissioners, so commissioners to those advisory bodies. So that's kind of what this is about in anticipation. So before you, I believe, is a list of how those appointments are currently. And if you have any sort of changes you'd like to see, those should be sort of raised now so that in preparation of that meeting, we can already have that sort of solidified.
And I will be making an announcement at the end of the 7 o'clock meeting tonight. So at this point, just please forward all those to administration. Resolution to effectuate. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Oh, Commissioner Stubbs, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to know one correction in the document for the County ID Advisory Board. The commissioner is listed as a non-voting member, and that was the case, but those bylaws have been revised, so they are a voting member on that particular body. And then I have some availability conflicts, but I can address those to administration for consideration in the future. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Had the question, excuse me, because Board Appointments Committee is pretty busy, and we wanted to know if we can continue to meet before these new appointments took effect. If it doesn't happen at the next meeting, are we okay to schedule meetings going forward? Is it safe to assume that folks will stay in the same place until we know otherwise?
I'm good with it if you are.
And then Chair, I wanted to clarify, so the item before you tonight, it actually wouldn't be considered or approved until, so, you know, it wouldn't be approved on January 2nd, it would be approved January 16th. So you have time, but just more of just so that everyone can start thinking about if they want to make changes, to have those kind of just forward those to us, and we can ensure that new leadership receives those.
Okay, next up is resolution to effectuate the changes to the open database proclamation. Commissioner Rebs, did you want to take this, or administration? Either
Yes, I can take this, and then I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Ray or Commissioner Strebs. We effectuated very minor changes to essentially open up this open database transparency committee to more individuals. We've been having a tough time recruiting individuals because the actual language in the resolution was it was very restrictive in a sense. So we're trying to broaden that language to capture more individuals that are actually interested in participating. So I can turn it over to the commissioners for discussion.
Thank you. Primarily, we just had identified membership by district as well as some other characteristics of membership, interaction with historically marginalized communities, et cetera. And so to meet each of those conditions, we just have not been able to recruit enough candidates. So we'll now move to a focus where there's more at-large opportunities so that we can bring forth enough interested members who want to participate in the dialogue.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner
I've
DeLuca?
asked silly questions in the past, and might as well keep it up. I thought I read somewhere you're changing it from a proclamation to a resolution. Is that? Okay. I don't know if you were trying to make a significant change and me not understanding. So, thank you.
Okay, seeing none. We've got a little bit of time if there's Vice Chair Ray.
Yeah, before we cut out. So I just want to make commissioners aware that at the 7 o'clock meeting, I plan to bring a resolution from the floor to call for a ceasefire in Gaza and immediate release of all hostages. It is in our packets, in our folders. If you all want to take a look at it before the 7 o'clock meeting, so it's not new to people. That's all.
Any other? Okay, we have a closed session tonight. Does somebody have a motion to move into closed? Oh, we don't have a closed session tonight. Oh my goodness, we got tons of time. Okay, with that, we are adjourned. I thought we had a closed session. All right, I'm going to call the December 19th, 2023 regular board meeting to order. First on the agenda is invocation reflection given by Commissioner Strauss.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to lead us in some reflection here today. And we will share some words of prayer as well. But first I wanted to just begin, most of us are gearing up to celebrate the holiday season. We're coming upon Christmas, which is the most widely celebrated tradition in our local community. I also wanted to lift up and recognize and celebrate some of the other religious traditions that are celebrated in December as well. So we have Bodhi Day. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is a Buddhist celebration of the enlightenment of Siddhartha Buddha. Kwanzaa is also celebrated. It's the annual celebration of African American culture in the community. Certainly, we are seeing the celebration has just occurred of Hanukkah. It's the Jewish festival celebrating the recovery of Jerusalem and the rededication of the Second Temple. People also celebrate the winter solstice or Yule. This is one of the oldest festivals globally. It's a pagan tradition and a holiday celebrating the winter solstice and the heart of the darkness coming to an end. We have Omisoka. This is a Japanese tradition celebrating that the last day of the year occurs in a focus on the importance of fresh starts and reconciliation and resolution. Las Podadas is a Mexican Christmas tradition that celebrates the journey of Mary and Joseph to Bethlehem for the birth of Jesus. We also have Soyal. This is a Hopi Indian tradition. It's the observance of the winter solstice and is the most sacred night that they celebrate in the year. And so we have many cultures that convene with their family, their loved ones, and all of us sort of ponder before us what has come and what will be in the year ahead of us. In my faith tradition, through my life, raised as a Christian, we celebrate the birth of Jesus at Christmas. And being inartful for his words, I just want to share a few of them that are widely cited and some of the most powerful language in the Christian Bible. I want to share with us some of the words from the Sermon on the Mount. And seeing the multitudes, he went up to the mountain where he was set, and his disciples came unto him. And he opened his mouth and he taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they who do hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. And blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for it is great your reward in heaven. So persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt has lost its savor, then where shall it be salted? It's henceforth good for nothing but to be cast out, to be trodden under the foot of men. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. And neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light into all that are in the house. So let your light shine before men. May they see your good works and glorify your Father, which is in heaven. I have a friend that lives in Gaza, and I want to share, after pondering some of those moral callings from the writing of Jesus, some of the things that I've heard from him over the last few months. Gaza is devastation. Things are very difficult. We are looking for a piece of bread to eat for me and my small children. We are dying from the extreme cold due to sleeping in the streets. My family and I are in urgent need of a heavy blanket. My children and I are in need of winter clothes, blankets. We are drowning in rainwater. The situation is very disastrous and terrifying. We wait for death at every moment. Please pray for us. And so let us pray. Before us, we all have decisions to make as people on this earth, as we walk our path, our traditions. Let us look around us and see the world of trouble that exists and know that those troubles are created by men. And the solutions can be created by them also. So let us set forth tonight to begin making some of them here. Amen.
All right. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gissler is absent, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales. Present. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor. Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
8 present.
Okay, and Commissioner Gissler did inform me he has family from far away in town, so he is not with us this evening. Next up on the agenda, we have proclamations. Vice Chair Ray, do you want to read the proclamation or just the title of it?
Sure.
Do we have to read the whole thing? I won't make her read no, just the title. Okay.
It's a request for approval of proclamation honoring Maddie Jordan Woods. Yeah, that's the title.
And I do not see her here this evening. Is there a support? Support. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
8 yes.
All right, communications, the chair knows of none. Any communications from commissioners? All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the December 5th, 2023 draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes.
I'll make that motion.
There is a motion and a support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. The chair will also entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Support.
Moved and support. Up, Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I just have an addition. Can we add the resolution to call for a ceasefire in Gaza under new business?
Yeah, any motion under new business. This is the question for Corporation Council, but I'm pretty sure I'm right here, but just to confirm, any motion under new business can be brought forth by a commissioner, correct? It doesn't have to be in the approval of the agenda, or does it?
Thank you, Chair. So you certainly can do it either way. You can make a motion to approve, to amend the agenda and then have an item added to the agenda in a particular place, or a motion can be brought from the floor under new business. So both are appropriate.
Okay, I think we've read that this will be a motion under new business from the floor. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have consent. Nope. Public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Taylor, there was some conclusion I found quite interesting to pay attention to. If you, everybody be quiet for a minute, I'll read this. It's conclusion. Finally, brothers, bend your ways, encourage one another, agree with one another. Peace and the God of love and peace will be with you. All the holy ones greet you. The grace of our Lord Jesus and the love of God, which is the same, is combined. Fellowship of the Holy Spirit. May your spirit be with all of you. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Saeed Abu Bakr. I'm professor of chemical and paper engineering at Western Michigan University. As an educator and as a human being, I'm asking you to discuss and approve a resolution or proclamation for ceasefire in Gaza. I have many reasons for this. One reason is similar to Jen. We have a student who graduated from here about 15 years ago. He's legally blind and he got his master's degree and he became a teacher in Gaza. And on October 18, him and his family tried to go south. They went to school. It was very crowded. They went to other school, very crowded. They went back to their home, and that night a bomb hit their home. While his wife was holding his daughter, Jude, who's 14, Jude got all the shrapnel and died, and he was severely injured. His son, who's American Kalamazoo born, while his dad was doing his grad school, got severely injured, and his other daughter also got severely injured. Hopefully, because his son is a US citizen, they were able to get out and they are now getting some medical help in the US. This is one story out of 2 million people. There are many, many other stories. I just watched the news before I came here, PBS at 6 p.m. A bomb hit a complex of 5 houses, become just a hole, and they were dragging people out with their children. Children. It is beyond description how we can allow this as a human being. Over 60% of the American public are for ceasefire because we are good people. We want peace. We want freedom. We want justice for everybody. Inclusive, equity. While our representative, only 11% of them want ceasefire. They want the killing to continue. They want to use our tax dollar to kill more people on both sides, Israeli and Palestinians. But you are here, are different. You're local. You understand your constituency. They don't. They think about next election. My time is up.
I'll let you finish your thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I'll try to finish that. The public is demanding ceasefire, and I hope you can do. I have copy of the proclamation that passed by the commissioner of the city of Kalamazoo. I don't know if you like copy to see.
leave them with administration and they'll make sure that they're distributed to commissioners.
Well, as a professor, I'm used to 50 minutes, so 3 minutes is very difficult for me. But I just want to say it is our issue. We cannot say that it is, a foreign issue or something. It is our issue. We all human being. We all have children. We wake up in the morning when I see our children and grandchildren have life, not to be destroyed by war. So I really thank you for your attention. I'm sorry I went over my time.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Finish what I wanted to adjourn with here. I
Well,
found this quite interesting.
You only used the first minute and a half of your first
I got a
three,
half minute
so
left?
yeah, I'll give you the next minute and a half. So
Okay, thanks, John. Prayer and conduct. First of all, then, I ask for supplications, prayers, petitions, and thanksgivings be offered for everyone, for kings and for all in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceful and tranquil life, processing it to our Lord and Savior, who will everything and everyone to be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth. And I thank you. Steve Cesar thanks you, Czar of Russia.
thank you, Steve.
Hi, my name is Ellie Schenker. I'm a Kalamazoo County and city resident, and I'm also a dual American and Israeli citizen, and I'm urging you to support and pass a resolution calling for an immediate permanent ceasefire in Israel and in occupied Palestine. It's the only way to end the mass death of innocent Palestinian citizens and to bring home the hostages taken on October 7th. My family is Israeli and most still live there. I had a relative, a aunt who sheltered in her safe room as militants invaded her community, Kibbutz Magen, on October 7th. But I recognize that the suffering of people who resemble me, of people who are related to me even, does not extend or excuse or allow for the suffering of others. The vastly disproportionate and cruel response of Israel, especially upon people who have been systematically oppressed and occupied for generations, is unconscionable. As the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, Marta Klipper and Julius Klipper, it pains me to see the misuse of the memory of that genocide to be twisted and to be callously used to allow for, to support, and to enable this genocide that's being perpetuated in occupied Palestine. And as a Jew, I strongly reject the idea that the actions of the state of Israel represent me or represent all Jews, regardless of what the government might callously try to say. And I equally reject the false and cynical argument that any criticism of the state of Israel is inherently anti-Semitic. I just wish that the grace that seems to be so easily extended to the Jewish residents of Israel would be extended to the non-Jewish residents beyond the borders and within the borders of Israel and in the occupied territories. I don't have to fight anyone to have them recognize my humanity and to see that I am a person, that my family are people that deserve dignity and the opportunity for life and for more than just survival. And at this point, we're just begging for survival for the people of Palestine. As a human being, I hate the idea that my feelings on this matter should matter any more than anyone else's, let alone that of Palestinians. But I'm also aware of the norms of American discourse and the ways in which I think I just have like 10 seconds.
I'll let you finish your
my
thought.
sentence,
Yeah.
basically. I understand the ways that American discourse and norms on this situation privilege my voice. And so it's the least that I can do to try to amplify the voices of the millions of Palestinians, the millions of people around the world who are urging and demanding a permanent and immediate ceasefire. And so as elected leaders, you have the opportunity to stand on the right side of history and to have the moral courage to call for what I think everyone knows is just. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Amy Damashek. I'm a professor of psychology at Western Michigan University and a member of the local Jewish community. As a professor, my research and service work focuses on the well-being of children and families, particularly underserved families. I'm also on the governance committee of Cradle Kalamazoo. It's a collective impact project to reduce racial disparities and infant mortality in Kalamazoo. Our collective works to make sure that every child in Kalamazoo reaches their first birthday. While I want this for all babies in Kalamazoo, I want this for all babies in the world, including those in Gaza. All babies and children should be able to have the privilege to reach their first birthday and to grow up in a safe environment with enough access to food and water. Currently, close to 20,000 civilians in Gaza have been killed, 70% of whom are children and women. For those who aren't killed by bombs, others will die of starvation. Currently, the UN reports that 9 out of 10 people in Gaza do not have enough food. Still, others will die from diseases from contaminated drinking water. Every 10 minutes, a child in Gaza dies, every 10 minutes. So I'm hoping that us as a community can do what we can to stop this genocide. One important thing that we can do is to put pressure on our US government to call for a ceasefire. Communities across the country are passing similar resolutions and proclamations to send a clear message to our government that we want an end to this genocide, and we do not want our country to be implicit in what's happening to the people of Gaza. And if you're concerned that maybe this isn't a local issue, I'm going to speak to that a little bit. Our taxpayer money is going to support this war. The US sends Israel over $3 billion per year. In addition, the US has been sending Israel heavy-duty weapons to use in their attacks against Gaza. And now Biden has proposed an additional $13.4 billion in aid to Israel. This is money that could be used for things in our community that are really sorely needed, as I'm sure you know, things like housing, food, healthcare services, childcare, education. In addition, this genocide impacts people in our community deeply, including Palestinian individuals who make important contributions to this community. They may have friends or family who live in Gaza who are deeply impacted, like we've spoken about. Also, members of our Arabic and Muslim communities feel deeply impacted, as well as members of our Jewish community, such as myself. That's why I'd like to encourage the commission to make this to support this resolution in support of a ceasefire in Gaza, to tell the Biden administration that we do not wish to be complicit in a genocide against the civilians of Gaza.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cole Hamilton, and I'm from Mattawan, Michigan, and I actually went to school with Mrs. Wheeler, so it's nice to see you again. So I would like to see the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners adopt a ceasefire resolution concerning the genocidal war that is being waged against Palestine and its people. The Palestinian people have suffered decades of humiliation under the Israeli occupation forces and the Israeli government. These last few months have seen Israel amp up the decades-long practice of conducting indiscriminate bombings in Gaza that have destroyed homes, schools, and healthcare facilities. Their logic is genocidal. Israel is a torture state. Thousands of Palestinians languish in Israeli jails where prisoners face every sort of sick brutality. Israel exists on stolen land and borrowed time. It has no legitimacy whatsoever. This colonial project of Britain would not exist today without US financial backing. More demonstrations need to be held in Kalamazoo. They need to highlight the role of US weapons in the hands of Israeli occupation forces and how they contribute to the genocide of the Palestinian people. This is why it's important that an American county like Kalamazoo County do its part by demanding a ceasefire. It's time for the county of Kalamazoo to be on the right side of history and to stand up against injustice and crimes against humanity. Not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie. This is the first time I've spoken in front of a council like this, so please bear with me. But I wanted to come here today to speak out in favor of a ceasefire. I'm a social worker. I've lived in Kalamazoo for a little over 2 years now. I've been a practicing social worker for about 7 years now. I've worked in medical social work, and I've worked with children. Most importantly to me, I recently became a mother this April, and I have my son here with me in the back, but this means a lot to me because I can't imagine losing my child in a bomb. The devastation would be unspeakable to me, and it's difficult to know that thousands upon thousands of mothers and parents and families are experiencing that devastating loss in Gaza right now, this evening, as we speak. And that's why I wanted to come out and ask my representatives to support a humanitarian ceasefire. I know it's easy to feel removed from the situation as if it doesn't affect our day-to-day lives, but it is something that is happening in our world. And I just wanted to speak up for a ceasefire. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Good evening, Chairman Taylor, Vice Chair Ray, and Commissioners. My name is Tony Kennedy. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, a resident in your Kalamazoo County. I wanted to take a moment to share. We had a holiday basket giveaway for veterans. We gave away 100 baskets of food. Actually, we gave away 99 to 99 veterans and their family members that came on Saturday, December 16th. And one of them was, I took over to the Keystone Veteran Shelter so that they could have a meal. So I wanted to take the time to thank you for supporting the effort. I wanted to thank the 21 volunteers from our local post here in Kalamazoo County. I wanted to thank Consumer Concrete. I needed a forklift, and I was driving right past their office and stopped in there and said I need a forklift to help take the pallets of food off the Harding's truck. And they jumped in and said yes, and sent a semi with a fork truck to the parking lot. It was just amazing. Julie Rogers, State Representative Julie Rogers and Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health partnered for this event. I'd like to thank them also. I'd like to thank Harding's and the VSOs with the resources. My God, they were just amazing. PepsiCo provided the water. Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety for traffic control. So it was an opportunity to see in real life, you know, that it does take a village and everyone coming together. It was just, even the first car was there at 7:30 and the event didn't start till 10. So it showed me that there was definitely a need for these holiday baskets for veterans and their families. And I wanted to publicly come and thank you all just for believing in what we're trying to do and believing in veterans in your county. So I want to wish you all a very happy holiday and thank you for supporting veterans and veteran activities in this county.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aya Musin, and I am living in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I just want to come here to touch base on why we do need to urge for a ceasefire in Gaza right now, Kalamazoo County. We are 72 days into this genocide, and
we have had 21,000 plus Palestinians murdered by the Israeli airstrikes and bombs. Some appalling responses I have heard to a call for a ceasefire by our politicians include Israel has the right to defend itself, or a ceasefire is a gift to Hamas. No matter what your stance is on Palestine and Israel, it is never justified to murder thousands of children, women, old people, no matter what their race is. Israel's illegal occupation and apartheid state has not only jeopardized the existence of the Palestinian people, but it has put the people of Israel in unsafe conditions as well. We have Jews around the world and in groups such as Jewish Voice for Peace, screaming not in our name, and anti-Semitic politicians calling them self-hating Jews. We have Israeli citizens protesting in Tel Aviv against Netanyahu, calling for a ceasefire as well. The one and only solution is international pressure to call for a ceasefire and to end the illegal 75-year Israeli occupation in both Gaza and the West Bank. Israel's government's plan to kill more people, to get rid of Hamas, is not the solution. Ending the occupation is the solution. End the occupation, and there will be no need for resistance. Palestinians seeing their families and neighbors just getting murdered all the time, daily, will just create a new line of resistance fighters. What needs to change is the ideology of Palestine and Israel. And from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not a call to death of any Jews. It is a call to end the occupation and to give both Palestinians and Israelis their freedoms and their equal rights. As Americans, we should be concerned why we are sending $3.3 billion to Israel annually when Israel provides like their citizens with free education, free healthcare. They have really low rates of homelessness, while in Kalamazoo, we are suffering over here. We Americans, we are struggling to pay back our student loans. Our homeless rate in America is just increasing every year, 24% increase in Kalamazoo in the year of 2019. And as a dietitian working at the dialysis clinic, my patients are receiving inadequate healthcare due to poor insurance coverage and lack of investment in healthcare. As Americans, our First Amendment rights are getting taken away for the sake of Israel. On December 5th, the House of Representatives passed Resolution 894 stating anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Netanyahu stated that investigating the IDF Israeli war crimes is anti-Semitic. Classifying criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic undermines the true anti-Semitism that we have in this country and are putting Jews in danger. I do have like 2 more sentences. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's right.
Okay. Do we have a resolution about not insulting like Biden, Trump, Vladimir? No. So I'm very concerned as an American why we are unable to criticize the state of Israel and their government, but we have no problem having the freedom of speech to criticize our own government and country. And finally, don't you want to be on the right side of history when we come back and we say, we told you so, we said never again, and that means never again for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? Administrator Catlin, are there any calls, pre-recorded calls?
No calls or hands raised this evening, Chair.
Cool. All right, that gets us into our consent agenda. Commissioner Strauss, will you take us through our consent agenda?
I keep forgetting I have a paper copy. Under Administration 7073, request for approval of an enterprise master leasing agreement with Enterprise Fleet. 7180, request for approval and authorization board chair to sign the real estate purchase agreement between the county and 440 NC LLC. Under Board of Commissioners, item 7156, request for approval of fiscal year 2023 Going Pro Talent Fund Cycle 2 program, Fund Program Cycle 2, Michigan Works. 7157, request for approval of Michigan Employment Recovery National Dislocated Worker Grant, Auto-Related Employment Recovery Project at Michigan Works. 7161, request for approval to appoint James Ayers to the Board of Public Works. Under the clerk, 7183, request for early voting elections budget adjustment and related position elimination and creation housekeeping. Under Finance, 6737, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 7170, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, housekeeping. 7172, request for approval of position elimination, creation, housekeeping for the opioid settlement funded positions. Under Health and Community Services, 7135, request for approval and signature of one agreement and two addendum to agreement with Western Michigan University Homer Stryker MD School of Medicine, WMed, for medical examiner services. 7186, request for approval of a resolution to appoint county medical examiner and deputy county medical examiners. 7110, request for approval of position creation for the family planning program. 7097, request for approval and signature of senior millage year 4 contract amendment number 1 with Tandon's Advanced Pharmacy Incorporated. 7105, request for approval and signature of senior millage fund balance contract amendment number 2 with Advanced Health Pharmacy. 6989, request for approval and signature of provider contract amendment number 5 with Legal Aid of Western Michigan. 7200, request for approval of a 1 budget adjustment and transfer and 2 position elimination and creation within the Veterans Service Office. Under Human Resources, 7138, request to ratify and sign the UAW Letter of Understanding. 7196, request to ratify and sign a POAM Juvenile Home Letter of Understanding. 7197, request to ratify and sign the Asks Me Airport Letter of Understanding. 7198, request to ratify and sign Ask Me ABP Letter of Understanding. Under Parks and Expo Center, 7176, request for approval and signature of contract with Kalamazoo Mechanical Incorporated. And under Planning, 7171, request for approval of ordinance and resolution to dissolve the Kalamazoo Metropolitan Planning Commission. I move that the items be voted on one time by a roll call vote and be considered as a consent agenda by the board.
There's a motion and support. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
8 yes.
Okay, Commissioner Wheeler, can you take us into the unfinished business exempt?
This is number 7163, request for approval of resolution to exempt the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners from the requirements in PA 152 of 2011.
All right, there's motion and support. Any discussion? Administrator, we're all good as long as this is just perfunctory in nature, more than, I guess that would be a.
Thank you, Chair. This matter was reviewed by Benefits Council on contract for the county, and they concur with the original legal opinion I provided that there isn't any implication to our benefits program. The only thing it really changes is that the board could, at its initiative, contribute more than the 80-20 should it choose to do so, but the county did not prepare a budget in that manner for 2024. So
Nor was
there
that the
aren't-
intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're good.
Okay, cool. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
No.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. 7 yes, 1 no.
Moving on to new business non-consent. Was a motion, I believe. Who am I calling on here? Vice Chair Ray.
So I move to approve the resolution to call for a ceasefire in Gaza and immediate release of all hostages.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor and discussion. This is time for any commissioners would like to discuss this. Commissioner Mazer.
Thank you, thank you. I have a few problems with how this is all panned out tonight. It was not part of our board packet, and you all know I've had a problem with that before. So it wasn't online, so, you know, the public really has not had a chance to become aware of this, but some have. So, and, you know, there was definitely support here tonight, but, you know, I just found out about it tonight, and I'm just, I'd like both sides to be able to have the opportunity to say something. Let's see. And then I thought we had a policy that we didn't just, you know, do a resolution and in one reading and vote on it. I thought we were supposed to do it, you know, have it, you know, introduced at one meeting and then 2 weeks later, then vote on it. And which again, it gives all of the public an opportunity to come in and speak up. So I guess based on that, I'm going to be a no vote because the lack of transparency, and I think that this year we've done so many great things, and I think we've worked together really well. And I just don't, like I said, I don't like the way this was handled tonight. So thank you.
I've got Commissioner Hepler, then Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Thank you, Chair. So about a month ago, I did address this issue. I read a whole little, I'm gonna say a little statement, but a big statement about it. Not necessarily taking sides, but addressing the issue, pointing out the wrongs, not siding with, you know, I got some feedback. This is a Hamas issue. I'm not supporting any terrorism. As far as we just had immediate past chair Quinn come in and he talked about this. I mean, this issue has been going on since forever, like what, 1949. So as of October 7th, we have been dealing with this. As far as how we bring things forward, it's my understanding that we don't necessarily vote on things at the COW, and we would bring, or like if we talked about a resolution from the COW, then we would bring it to 7 p.m. But there shouldn't be an issue with bringing something from the floor to support a resolution. We had this problem with the YWCA last month. For me, I am supporting this. You know, when we talk about pro-life, people tend to just focus on abortion or abortion care. Pro-life is forever. It's not when you want to do it or when you want your tax dollars to control what happens or what women do or individuals do with their bodies. We know that there's an issue going on, especially for the community of color, with the 400 years of white supremacy that we have dealt with, watching our families, and we're talking just 1960, not even 100 years ago, our families being hung, beat, you know, our organs being harvested in jars as if they were for pickling. Like if we start digging deep into what's going on in Gaza, it's very, especially for our elders and Black and brown communities that are reaching that stage of 80 and 90 years old. My grandmother was a sharecropper since she was 6 years old until she finally married someone. So to be beat, picking cotton in the 1960s, going through the civil rights, having, I mean, for most of us, nobody's kicked our door down. But when I look at television, and I have different sources that I look at and see children being uncovered and families not leaving all night to take boulders off their children. When I see, you know, they're saying, hey, you can go here to be safe, and it's a trap, and people's bodies are being blown apart. When I see men being taken from their homes, blindfolded, raped, beaten, you know, when we think of those inhumane things that are happening, just imagine coming home and your house being bombed, or coming home and somebody saying, today, this is not your home because, you know, I'm an Israeli and, you know, I'm white and you're Black. And today I want to come in your home and eat and sleep. These are the things that are going down. Imagine not being able to drive down the street because you're a person of color. because we're talking about territory. We're talking about a republic, first of all. Like, and I know this has been going on since the beginning of time, but if we are really talking about social justice, and that's what we talk about on this board, when we give monies to different organizations, it can't just be towards the LGBTQ plus community. It just can't be towards abortion services, or, you know, it has to be towards everything. So when we're talking about tax dollars, I want to have a say so on my tax dollars going over to different places as well. So I am in support, as I was a month ago, as I've been for all of my life. When things aren't just right, I am in support of a ceasefire, and I might not be liked moving forward. And I am not anti-Semitic or any of those things, but right is right. And I think until privileged folks have some of their rights taken away, or something tragic happens to them, not that I want any of these things to happen, that folks' eyes will open to see we have to do the right thing. So thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to see a ceasefire in this conflict. I'd like to see one in the Ukraine. I don't like seeing anybody get killed or murdered, but I have a problem with, we've seen kind of two sides to this story. We saw that Israeli was attacked on, I think, October 7th, and people were killed at that point in time. And I don't agree with that being acceptable. And I think there's a whole need for this to end. But it needs to end for all of it, not just for one side or the other, because somebody doesn't like one Israeli or doesn't like one Muslim person. I don't like seeing any of that, but I don't support what we're saying here, because there's still hostages being held against their will. And if you're taken from someplace that you live and babies were killed during that attack, that's not acceptable in my book either. And I don't think it's up to us. I think this is a little outside of what we need to be doing here. We're supposed to be working on stuff for Kalamazoo County, not for world peace. We need to support world peace, but we need to do it through our own communications with our various lawmakers. And a resolution, in my mind, is not the route we should be taking in this matter. We need to try to stay with what we're trying to do here in Kalamazoo County. So, and I appreciate the folks that have come tonight to express their issues or their points. But I also have to think about those that have lost their lives in this unprovoked and unnecessary attack. And I think there's more to this than just one side. Thank you.
Commissioner Schutz.
Thank you, Chair. All right, I want to just circle to a couple of my colleagues. Procedure is important, process is important. It helps us to be discerning and deliberative, especially when we're making decisions that have impact on financial aspects or long-term policy implications. And that's why we have a process where we sort of do a first reading, and we bring things back for a second vote. But we've been hearing from this community. We've heard from them here. We've all been getting emails from multiple perspectives on this issue. So we know that we've been hearing. Sometimes the morality of the moment, the urgency of the moment matters more than a bureaucratic process. We will keep building bureaucracy on this earth until we're dead, or we begin building community. I'm here for world peace. World peace starts right here. It starts in Kalamazoo. It starts with my voice and with your voice. And if we're not here to use our voices for that, then what are we even doing here? In several weeks, more children will be buried. Hamas committed an atrocious attack on the Israeli citizens. Hamas was elected by the people in Gaza nearly 20 years ago, and they were never afforded the opportunity to vote again. Let us all be cautious about the vulnerability of our vote, about what governments say they stand for in the names of their people, because we face these same challenges. And if we're not willing to use our voices to stand up for humanity and to say that those things are wrong, the consequences in front of us are dire. And we make no mistake about that. I hope that we support all free, living people, the people of Israel, to be free of a government that acts in their name in a way that does not justify for them. You know, the Trump administration spoke nothing for me as my administration. And I did everything that I could to stand up and speak out against what they did. And I will if such a government exists again. And I'll do the same thing for Israel or for Hamas or for an apartheid government in South Africa, or if this Board of Commissioners is not taking a stand over the people in this community, because that's what I'm here to do for our people. Thank you.
Any other? Well, I'll speak last on this. First, let me tell you that the reasons I'm not going to support this resolution is because I believe peace starts with ourselves and within ourselves. Creating a dynamic and a metric of what this board can do, and what we can do for our residents of Kalamazoo County, and what we can have impact on. Now, I understand what our voice means and what my voice means as the chair of the Kalamazoo County elected County Board of Commissioners. And I'm perfectly happy as an individual to say things that are going to more than surely get me doxxed. First off, you can't have a two-state solution with not allowing people to vote, not allowing people to participate in democracy. And what Israel is doing now is not making Israel safer. It's making America less strong in the eyes of the civilized world. And I think, and ultimately what the real purpose of trying to get all these communities to sign on to this proclamation is to put pressure on Joe Biden to start changing his stance and stop giving out weapons that indiscriminately kill and create tens of thousands of orphans. And that's what's happening at the federal government. But that's the federal government. This is county government. This is the reason, as an individual, I'm perfectly happy to say, Joe Biden, you will lose re-election. You will lose re-election if you continue down this path. The electoral math is not there. You will lose Pennsylvania and you will lose Michigan. That is a fact. I mean, I can't stress this enough. I think that is more of a statement than a board of commissioners passing a resolution that goes against precedent and how we traditionally operate. So I'm perfectly happy to say what's going on in Gaza is wrong as an individual. I'm perfectly happy to say as a citizen, as even a board chair, that I completely disagree with it. But I'm not going to allow us as a board to get into world things that we can't control. We can control things as individuals, but I don't believe we can control things as a board. Now, everybody's going to have their vote on this, and I vote your conscience in the way that you feel. The next day, we've got lots of other issues that we're going to be working on. So we can move past this. We've moved past a lot of other controversial issues, but after this vote, that I hope we can get to the business of the county afterwards. So thank you. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll? Commissioner Wheeler. Go, you haven't spoken yet. All right, Commissioner Strauss.
I just want to note that the board has voted a number of times on matters of federal policy in the past. That would not be against our precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Mazer.
No.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray.
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
No.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. 5 yes, 3 no.
The motion passes. Next on our agenda is, oh, is there any other new business? No. Okay, next under the agenda is reports of bodies and administrators, controllers. I'll go first. I've got an, announcement to make and some other stuff I wanted to, yes. Public comment. I asked that. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you. Seeing none, we'll go to the officers' reports. I just wanted to talk about, we're at the end of the year. We've done a lot of really, really great things this year. 27 and a half new employees. Smart growth has been coined by our administration team over there that I think is a wonderful term. Medical debt, tens of millions of dollars is going to get removed from county residents' medical debt. Our TRICARE program, understanding the importance of our employees. We also did one of the largest, or we're a big piece of one of the largest economic development pieces in the history of Kalamazoo County in the downtown arena. And more importantly, we as a board have learned to trust each other. We've learned to work and to collaborate and not always agree on things and move on to the next issue. And then, we can fight or we can agree on the next issue, however we want to do it. And that's what a healthy board was. I said back in January that we would get farther as a group than we ever would apart or we ever would by ourselves. And I think that's proved true over the last year. I think we've done an incredible job. We've moved the county forward. 7% pay increase with steps to our county employees. Taking a real good look at our budgeting practices and making sure that we're putting the citizens first. We've done this in Kalamazoo County, and I really think that we've moved in the last, few years to other counties are starting to look to us now, starting to look to us for leadership and how we do things. And that's a testament to this board. It's also a testament to our administration as well and our corporate counsel and the staff that makes this a good running machine. I am going to ask of commissioners next year to support my colleague, Commissioner Ray, for chair. I'm going to be running for vice chair. I hope you guys can support me in that role. And I hope you can support Commissioner Hepler in the vice chair pro tem position. I think the three of us in leadership have done a great job. We still have more to do, but being a leader is not bullying your way into always getting what you want. You lose some, and you do, and you got to be okay with that. But it's also teaching other people how to do, how to lead, how to, it's how you keep the train running on time when you're not there. So I think that teaching other people to fly and having other people experience this is a good thing. So I hope everybody reflects on that over the holidays, and I hope you guys we can come to a unanimous vote. Please reach out to Commissioner Ray, Vice Chair Ray. Reach out to myself, reach out to Commissioner Hepler with questions, with concerns. Do that over the holidays before any sort of prejudgments or any sort of ideas are made. Give it a chance. With that, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much more to add to that. I don't like going after John because he always has a speech and I'm just not long-winded. I will say that I agree 2023 was a great year. So thank you to commissioners, administration, and the staff that helped us get here. And happy holidays, I guess. And that's all I have.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Really wanted to thank you for your hard work because I know you have worked diligently to help us all get to the point where we are in the things that we have been doing to make Kalamazoo County a great place to live, work, and play. Your work has been definitely noticed and definitely appreciated. Our administration has done a great job in moving us along in the many things that this county has to do. And I appreciate your words that you spoke tonight on that we've been in this, you and I have been in this a very, very long time. And it has been interesting. We don't always agree on everything, and that's part of government. And we need to always look at somebody else's, walking in somebody else's shoes and looking at things with a different view of it. And I think it's important that we do that. And I appreciate the other commissioners and their views on things. And sometimes I don't always agree, and I know they don't always agree with me, but that's part of why we have 9 of us, and we're gonna vote, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But trying to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play is gotta be at the top of our list, and I think it has been. And I want to thank everybody, and I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, or whatever. I appreciate your comments tonight in the many different um, religions, I guess, for the best way to phrase it. There are so many. We don't all have the same faith. I have Presbyterian guy, so kind of along your lines, but that's that there. And anyway, but while we're out there this holiday season, please remember our men and women that are in our military and out there still every day trying to keep us safe. Our men and women on the fire and police and the ambulance folks, my colleagues on police and fire are out there trying to keep us all safe, and their hard work and their dedication to what we do. Thank them when you see them. Thank our staff, our administration for their hard work. They've been working diligently to make a number of things happen. We just opened a brand new justice facility, and looks like we stayed on budget or pretty close, I think. I haven't heard them say that we've gone way over, so I'm guessing that we got pretty close. And I've heard a lot of good things. I've heard a couple bad things, but we're working on those. Not bad things, just things that need some help. And we're getting there, and we're going to get there. So, and thank our staff for the backbone of our county, some 900 plus employees at some point in time that we have that take care of the day-to-day operations and making Kalamazoo, because it is huge. People just do not understand what county government does, and they don't realize that we operate the prosecutors, or we don't operate it, but we fund and make it work. The courts, the prosecutor's office, our sheriff's department, the health department, our parks department. We have so many things that we do in this county that people want to come and live here and work here. So with that, everybody have a safe and happy Christmas and New Year's and holiday season, whatever your religion. Thank you.
And next is Best Dressed, Administrator Catlin.
Hey, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. So I have to say, these are from my good friends in Vicksburg. I attended their holiday downtown parade 2 weekends ago, maybe, and it was a fun time. And I was one of their judges for their float contest. So it was really nice. I enjoyed it. We had Director Balkema down there with us too, and it was just a fun time. So anyway, Village Manager Jim Mallory's wife gave these all to us, so shout out to her. So it was a good time. I thought for this last meeting of the year, I actually had to write this up because we've done so much. We talk about it as a admin team all the time that we probably need to start putting together some sort of an annual report, because this year, as you remember and as you recall, there's just a lot that we've done and we kind of forget because we move on to the next thing. We just move so fast. So I didn't capture everything here, but wanted to just read this and have you all reflect on it. Just over the great work that we've done as a team. And I always say we, because it takes a team to do this stuff. It is with great pride and sense of accomplishment that, we reflect on the remarkable strides made by Kalamazoo County government this past year. We and you as a Board of Commissioners and administrative team have undertaken a series of initiatives that have not only enriched the lives of Kalamazoo County constituents, but also have solidified our commitment in making Kalamazoo County an even better place to live, work, and play. So highlighting of several things, fiscal responsibility and employee well-being. One of our one of our foremost achievements this year has been the adoption of the 2024 budget. As you all know, within this budget, we have implemented safety net programs to help our employees, such as the innovative shared dependent childcare program and the emergency assistance fund for employees. Furthermore, our partnership with the state of Michigan and RIP medical debt will allow us to alleviate the burden of medical debt for many of our county constituents, providing much needed relief in that area. Fair compensation and employee health. In our unwavering dedication to our workforce, we've established policies to ensure that employees are compensated competitively and fairly. Additionally, the creation of the Employee Health Center underscores our commitment to prioritizing the well-being of our county employees, ensuring they receive the best care and support that they deserve. County or community engagement and representation. So we've a lot of these interviews that we do sometimes seem to bog down the committee of the wholes, but they're important. So we've continued to engage with our community by appointing dedicated volunteers to various advisory bodies within the Board of Commissioners. This ensures that their voices and concerns of our constituents are heard and addressed in a meaningful way. Environmental stewardship. To amplify our efforts in addressing climate change, we have taken the important step of hiring a climate and sustainability coordinator. This work will help us make significant progress in our county's climate action efforts, reducing our environmental impact and safeguarding our future. As kind of going off what Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler mentioned, the completion of the Justice Center. So this completion is a significant milestone in Kalamazoo County. We're proud to have it renamed after the first Black judge in Kalamazoo County. This symbolic gesture reflects our commitment to inclusivity and justice for all. Let's talk about a little bit transparency and financial accountability. Improving transparency in our financial matters has been a top priority of this administration and the board. We've enhanced how investment reports are now received by the board, and now we provide a monthly financial report for the board to review, ensuring that the county's financial matters are accessible and comprehensible to all. Community engagement and inclusivity. We've welcomed and engaged with various communities, including the National Street Ride Association at the Expo Center and our veterans community. The approval of the Juneteenth holiday as a county holiday further showcases our dedication to honoring our diverse history and culture. Let's talk about supporting vital services. We have tirelessly improved numerous grants and contracts that strengthen the services we provide across the county, covering areas such as elections, health and community services, judicial and criminal justice, affordable housing, and recreation. These initiatives help us ensure a higher quality of life for all of our residents. And then lastly, just talk about promoting collaboration, which is huge for us. We've welcomed the Michigan Association of Counties Conference to Kalamazoo for the first time in a long time, fostering collaboration with other county leaders around the state to learn from one another and strengthen our collective efforts. So I want to say in summary, these accomplishments, along many others, demonstrate our dedication to creating a thriving, inclusive, and forward-looking community in Kalamazoo County. As we close this chapter and look forward to the year ahead, let us remain committed to the values and principles that have guided us thus far. Together, we will continue to build a brighter future for all the Kalamazoo County residents who call Kalamazoo County home. So I want to thank this board for your unwavering support for me as a new administrator to Kalamazoo County, but my entire team. Obviously, I can't, again, do this job alone. It takes us collaborating as a board. You've been extremely supportive of not only me, but the entire team. And also want to thank my team that helps me every day do this job. I have a real rock star team, especially in my office, but honestly around Kalamazoo County government. I've been welcomed with open arms, not only here in Kalamazoo County government, but really throughout the entire county. And it's why I chose to come here to work. And my fiance will tell you that that I'm constantly talking about Kalamazoo County. I just love this job. Love you all. So happy holidays, happy New Year, and we'll see you soon.
Commissioner Strebs, I think we start with you, right? Commissioner Morales?
I usually just thought since she read the proclamation, if Abby tells me to do something, I'm listening.
Okay, I'm just happy to be here. Administrator, there's a review coming up? Let me check my. Thank you. So, I mean, we are at year end, and I do believe that we have come together as this board and got through some tough situations, and today didn't seem like the toughest argument that we've had over the last year when we're talking about, implementing a resolution or amplifying voices. We know there's only so much we can do, but for me, I have Palestinian American students, I have refugee students, I have international students that are housed at the community college in Western Michigan University. I also have neighbors that I have to take into consideration, even if I don't agree with all the issues. So, like I said, tonight wasn't one of our toughest nights, but it has been tough to see what's going on, with those two entities at war. Kevin, you and your team are amazing. Thank you. I know I don't know. I haven't been on y'all nerves in a minute. I've gotten what I wanted with the employee emergency fund. So you probably won't hear from me unless we need some more money. Other than that, thank you, Chair, for your leadership, Vice Chair Ray, for your leadership. I'm sorry, I'm caught up on his popcorn and peanuts that he gave us earlier. So thank you for all you do. And to my colleagues, thank you for showing up. This can be a tough job, and it's not easy to walk out that door and leave everything that we hear and things that we have to do here as we go home and make decisions. So I hope everyone has a happy, safe holiday. Hopefully we'll keep our power this year and we won't be freezing like last year. And that's all I got tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Strips.
Thank you. Administrator Catlin, I think we all love you back and the team. I told you earlier, seeing the newsletter come out, I think you guys are you're killing it. And this organization, it's just getting stronger, and I'm so excited about the time ahead. All my colleagues here, I'm proud of us and the work that we did. It's been a pleasure working with you. For our community members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit here, to serve you, to represent you through this year, through the year ahead. That is an honor. And I hope all of us take that reflection of the privilege and grace that we want in this world, and we live into it in real ways. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Again, I'm going to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and say thank you to administration for everything you guys do. You guys are an awesome team. And thank you to all of our county staff members. We obviously could not do this at all without you. And I hope we get to continue to support you through the next year. And happy holidays. Happy New Year.
Commissioner DeLue.
Yes, I think it's been a great first year. I've really enjoyed it. I'm glad to know I have at least one more. And also, it's odd for me being the oldest amongst this group, but I look up to everybody here because everybody is so knowledgeable and helpful. I mean, your staff and the leadership here. I'm just amazed at how much they're just so open to anything I ask, or I'm not putting this in the right words, but I really appreciate everything the administration and the leadership has done for me. And also Ms. Kennedy referred tonight to the food drive last Saturday. I was one of the volunteers, and it was actually a privilege to be a volunteer at that event. I got to meet 100 needy vets. I wish they had more to give out, because I know there's more need out there than that. And I wish she had stuck around, because I wanted to call her out on her actions the other day. She's a proud Army veteran, And she let every carload know that Army beat Navy in the football game this year. She just was beside herself. But anyway, thank you all and I appreciate it and I'll see you next year.
Commissioner Mazer.
Okay, well, I also would like to thank administration and staff. You do an amazing job and you make it a lot easier for us to do what we need to do. So thank you very much. Chair Taylor, you have been outstanding. And I mean, your leadership this year, you know, you've just been great and you will be a tough act to follow. So thank you very much. And also too, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Bo, I get to bed.